And good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I have nothing to say. Good morning, Dreaming Truth. Good morning, Anime Trainer. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well. But yeah, yesterday. Yesterday went well. Yesterday. I I think I beat a record when it comes to my word count. Like yesterday morning, Mind Your Step ended up being almost 6,000 words. I've never written that much in one block. Um, Highly surprising, but quite pleasing. I like the chapter. And in the afternoon, the writing went well as well. Um, Sorry, I had to. Somebody pointed out a mistake. Alrighty. Today, Tuesday morning. This morning it is read and corrects. These, for those who are new, is when I read a chapter from one of my books, one of my stories, and correct it as I go. Because I am recording this, I will ignore the chat while the recording is happening. Anything said during that time will be addressed once it is done. To minimize the delays, I will start now by confirming I am confirming the microphone. Oh, give me a moment. I will begin by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 4 of The Engineer's Family. Jeremy grabbed the Shimbarian's arm. Someone get that weapon out of her hand. Girmir and the hunter from one of the support packs had her other arm. Someone worked. Okay, someone worked on trying to pry the fingers away. Open. With a scream, she launched the other two across the room, then grabbed Jeremy by you know what? Someone tried to pry the fingers open. Then grabbed every small correction points out something else that needs to be fixed. Then grabbed Jeremy by the back of his armor, and he was in the air as well. He saw the hunter shove. The hunter shoved as he spun, then the barbarian raised the gun. There was a flash of light as she fired it under her jaw. He crashed and rolled as she fell back. Fuck! That was what he'd been trying to avoid. He'd allowed himself his curse, so now he stood and was a beta again. How is everyone? This fight, like the others before had been theirs eventually. Juriktai has gone to the forest, Niall said, and even his anger was stolen by the shock. Someone gave another name as a hunter, also dead, but Jeremy didn't hear. Not every victory had a price, but death were expected. But he hadn't expected to lose his hacker, to lose one of his. He buried the anger, the recreation. He was a beta. He had a job to do. He'd mourn once their hunt was done, and he'd brought everyone else back. There's no comma here. There is. It was done, and he brought. Nah, I'm not putting a comma there. He put the bodies where they won't be found. We'll gather her when we leave. Then I need to know how close we are to engineering. He didn't need to give the instructions. That had been the procedure each time they'd lost a hunter. No element of this hunt was happening the way he thought they should. The way his previous hunts had gone. This crew was eerily quiet. They fought without saying anything, without updating each other on what was happening, and when the fight was lost, they killed themselves instead of allowing capture. Thur had confirmed they were dealing with the same situation. Incarceration centers were reputed to be bad. Being forced to live on a planet being rendered habitable was not a pleasant experience, even before considering that those criminals had to work at keeping the equipment operational. The safeguard against them sabotaging it? Knowledge that if the process stopped, the planet and any on it would be destroyed in the ensuing explosion. And Kelsarians weren't intent on ending up in the forest any sooner than they had to. Changing the geology of a planet to affect its ecology was not a safe process. Still, a hard life had to be preferable to being dead. He looked at the Shimbarian who'd blown up her head. Clearly he was wrong. Or something else was going on here. So many oddities. Engineering is 2 decks above us. Pack up, he ordered. And the 2 supporting packs had lost 5 hunters combined, and 3 were injured, the equivalent to a full pack, not counting the beta. Out of commission readiness. No procedure would have normal procedure would have been to would be to send the injured back to the shuttle, but there was no shuttle to return to. His medic had patched them as best as she could, and they fought at a distance. Anyone between us and there? Not at the moment, but groups are moving about. Still no sign an alarm has been sounded. Yet another anomaly. No one had called in the attack while they happened. No scanners seemed to be aware they were on the ship. When they encountered the crew, they fought as hard as they could, and considering everyone on the ship seemed armed, that had proved to be a problem. But once they were in close combat, they overcame. Okay. Once they were in close combat, his hunters gained the upper hand. Few seemed to know how to fight, and those who did seemed to expect opponent who couldn't keep up with them. But every hunter who'd boarded the ship had extensive. Well, yeah, they're all from the Bane. Okay. No, actually, I need to rework that because there are hunters on the ship from from one of the other hunter ships. But every hunter with him had extensive training in stamina management and team fighting. It wouldn't have been enough against trained Earthers, but they'd yet to encounter those. The Earther had been poor fighter. The Earthers they fought. Ah. The Earthers they fought had been poor fighters. Those who knew how to fight among the other species hadn't expected the pack's new tactics. Third, he said, opening the connection to every other Special Ops beta. We're almost at engineering. What about you? Reading we're getting tells us we have a second engineering, or at least a backup. That reminds me of those stories you said about Earther engineering being able to run ships. Any chance this is an Earther ship? A beta asked. Not with the corridors as wide as they are, Jeremy said. I don't care how much they plan on working with other species. There's too much wasted space to be an Earther design. That is such an odd thing to call having the space to breathe. Having the space to breathe, to be able. I don't need that. Having the space to breathe, a male said. Names had been exchanged when the Special Ops beta had I'd established contact, but Jeremy hadn't been able to remember any of them. We are heading to what reads as the bridge. Are you as well? A different male said. Where are you in? Take it. take Take working that out to a private frequency. Someone said, this is for checking in. My pack are heading for what reads as medical. Have any of you been able to keep one of them alive? Negatives all around. Anyone else find that strange? Jeremy asked. It definitely is. The Hornians are borderline obsessed with surviving. For one of them to rip his throat open? I've never heard of that happening. I've been around some begging not to be executed for their crimes. It was pitiful. Which species had caught them? A female asked. Reosef on the Federation station. Don't remember why it was public. Death is a public thing to the Reosef, another female said. Something about showing others there was an actual end to life. They'll present themselves when they decide they're too old to continue living, and they will be killed before masses. Way I heard it, on their home planet, it's a broadcasted event. Reosef are strange, a male said. Maybe the first one spoken first. You're the one spoken first. Staying on task, Jimmy said and got chuckles. He didn't correct the expression this time. Everyone has a target. They all had. With me and Thur hitting engineering, power will be affected. We're both trained in power management, so we'll know what not to hit, but these won't be won't be Kalsarian design. So keep an ear on the comm for an alert from him, from me or him. You hear that, and you need to find a way off this ship. He paused, knowing this would sit no better with the others than it did with him. Don't go for your dead unless you want to join them in the forest. If either of us sounds the alarm, it means the ship's going to explode and we might not know how much time we have to evacuate. Understood. Good hunting, Thur said, and Jeremy disconnected. They avoided fights on the way to engineering. He figured that once they had control of the ship, they'd be able to round up the crew in a non-combative way and question them. The room was 4 times the size of engineering on the Bane with 5 reactors. The reading Newell showed him weren't familiar. I don't need to him. So those weren't probably not. So those were probably not Earther in design. There was a chance a new engineer's design had been approved for mass production since he'd left Einstein, but 7 years was short for one of them to find their way on a ship like this. Ship manufacturer wanted technology that had been proved in other places first. Its first reactor to be installed on the ship had been such a prideful moment. 12 years after it had been made public, it had been considered acceptable for one of the shipbuilders. 22 people. 22 people there to look after them and the other boards, probably armed as well. Anyone next to the reactor must be taken out, he instructed. Anyone working on one needs to be removed first. If they're willing to kill themselves the way we've seen, I don't want to give them a chance to blow themselves up with the up and us on the ship. Okay, I don't want to give them the chance to blow. I want to give them the chance to blow the ship with us on it up. And we need information. That's hard to do with a destroyed ship. And from the forest, Thro said, moving one of the many guns she'd attached to her armor about and testing her flexibility. Jeremy was more amused by the lack of comment than by her actions. His pack knew her well enough not to be surprised, but he still found himself not expecting the other hunters to keep their opinions to themselves. That too. Avoid firing at the boards if you can. I doubt they'll cause the ship to explode, but they could be needed to work out how the power is distributed. From the previous fights, Beta Charel Sim Frogolaris Rashtame said, I suggest we move this to close combat as quickly as possible. Don't get overconfident. Even if we have the numbers, the other Beta said, they have the stamina. This close, we might not be able to support one another. We need to lower their numbers. Do it enough, Atarikna said, and they'll take care of the rest themselves. She attached an armature over her left hand and forearm. Let's not get overconfident that way either, Jeremy warned. We go in, neutralize as many as we can while ensuring we don't get destroyed in the process. They nodded, and he motioned them into action. The technicians, plural, reacted slowly enough to their arrival. The 4 around the reactors were taken out before they became confused. With them with them down, wait, what? With them taken down. Oh, wow, okay. And they took down 4 more as they moved deeper, before determination became the expression and weapons were drawn. Jeremy fired at the Kerseteran who ran for a reactor, then again as they continued advancing in spite of the gut shot, too intent for it to be a good sign. He reached a reactor ahead of the Saladin, and there was another anomaly. This one was flat gray. He'd never seen a Saladin without color, as their skin reacted to their emotions, and they were an easily flustered species. A simple objection to what they did would have them blubbering and shifting through more colors than Jeremy knew existed. A backhand sent the smaller, lighter, and weaker being away, and they didn't stand. And they didn't get up. He was around the reactor to confront an Earther female with a determined expression. He had her disarm, and then in a hold. Garmir, Cassiteron heading for the reactor. Stop her! The Earther bit his armor hard enough she broke teeth. What was wrong with all of them? He punched her in the face, then shut her arm to ensure she wouldn't turn her gun against her. They were going to have at least one person to question. He was going to make sure of that. The tree heading for him was almost too much. He fired at them, bark flying, and liquid he knew wasn't sap, but could only think of it that flew, but they didn't stop. He planted his feet and slammed his shoulder into the Dronian's torso, but was shoved against against the reactor. They slammed their hand down, then stepped away grinning at him, and Jeremy had never noticed how sharp Dromian teeth was. Then their head exploded from the gun they'd put to it, and he was reminded he had a problem. The controls weren't any he knew, but bars were increasing. He didn't need to know the language to know that was a problem. Too fast to be worth sounding the alarm. This either worked or they were dead. He climbed on the reactor, unable to believe he was doing this a second time in his life. The central column was a standard design, and as the light in engineering increased to a point he had to instruct his visor not to go fully opaque, he had the top off. He looked in, raised his hand, and the room went dark. The little heat generated light from inside the reactor chamber diminished. What happened? Abeda asked. Jer, to ask over comma. What just happened? I don't know. A Dromian managed to activate a function on the reactor that sent it into an overload sequence. He looked at the now dark reaction chamber. What I thought was an overload sequence. Had they blown a circuit? Wait, how do you know something happened here? Everything in engineering overloaded and went dark, but no one got to the reactors. But no one was close to a reactor. You dropped from it. How are they? Best I can tell from not having actually worked on the reactor, the controls overloaded without causing the chambers to fail. Like the automated response to overloading the board had been to shut down the reaction chamber. It's smart, but do you have any idea how hard that is to accomplish? Third chuckled. No, I don't. What's going on? A specialized beta asked. The bridge just overloaded. Everything's dead. Same for medical. Even the lights turned blinding before exploding. I didn't know lights could do that. Anything with power running through them can be made to explode, Jeremy said distractedly, prying the panel open and shining a light in it. When you said dead, what do you mean? The circuit have been burned. Let me check with Yal. Circuits are crisped here as well, Thur replied. Atarikna, he called, open any board and tell me what it looks like. He opened one of the boards, the beta said. It's inside or burned. This looks like that time I thought I could cook by building myself a cooking station. Jeremy shone light on his light on her. Burned to a crisp, Beta. Fuck! Anyone wants to elucidate what us non-technician on why not having to worry about them blowing up the ship leads to this vocal cursing? Because if they did what I think they did, any chance we had of learning anything about what they were doing are gone. They fried every circuit on the ship. That's going to include the ship's computers and their data and the databases. Our only sources of information are going to be the crew, and they aren't going to be reliable. They might not even be that useful, Abeta said. There were flashes as soon as the room went dark. It was them committing suicide. All of them? Another Beta asked. Yours didn't? They didn't get the chance. The medical crew was vicious. You'd think they never heard of preserving life. We had to put them down. How about us? Jeremy asked. Any of the technicians here left alive? He opened the other reactor's panels. Also scorch. No, Beta, a hunter said. I'd shut one here, made sure she couldn't. They're all dead, Beta. He sighed. Sounds like you all need some good news, the female said. I have found the people who were taken. Actually, we have found the people who were taken. And this frying of all the circuits means all the cryopods have turned off. So, with the good news, we've rescued them. Come the plea for help. My pack are not enough to deal with so many confused people. Jeremy shone his light around engineering. Send your location to my scanner and we'll head there. There was nothing to be done here anyway. We'll join you, Thur said, and the other betas said the same. And that concludes chapter 4 of the Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other in the series, you can find that on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. So 28 gives us third. Okay, why aren't you giving me a collection? Let's try this. That. Now you're here. Alright. Not quite. Not quite. It's done. On to the next one. I will start by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. The correct image is up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 5 of the Engineer's Family. Guggeron stepped back as the Earther raised the gun and shot herself in the head. It wasn't the first time one of the boarders had done this, but now he was seeing the pattern. Death rather than capture. Hopefully the packs on the enemy ships would have better. Results. Information was vital here. Information was vital. Scans, he called. Looking over the finished battle. Where else? This had been their 7th boarding pack. His packs had joined others over the fights, but he didn't know how many in total had made it onto his ship. No boarders are registering on the scans, the beta replied. The wording was a reminder that the Earther military had been able to move unnoticed on his ship. They'd hacked the sensors then, and safety had been put in place to prevent that from happening, but they no longer took for granted the sensors told the complete truth. Betas, he told those with him. Contact the others. I want a deck-by-deck search of the ship. Get hand scanners, use your nose. I want confirmation all boarders have been accounted for. Yes, Alpha. He left them to their orders and headed for the bridge. Bridge, he called. Update. The battle has shifted in our favor. 2 more of the Halanis core ship have been destroyed. The 4th is damaged and red shifting. The Alphas have decided to let it flee. The Ishmahar's blaze has been destroyed. The civilian core is intact. Interesting. I'm going to change it. Its civilian core is intact, but no one is responding. Scans show pockets of survivors among the wreckage, but we are... Okay. Of surviving crew among the wreckage, but we aren't in a position to rescue them. The pilot wishes to speak. He knew what Tome would say, so the only way to refuse him was to not let him speak. Only he'd be right if he could account for the rest. Let him, Cap, before you speak, pilot. Give me an update on our situation as the pilot sees it, not as my friend who hopes to rescue others does. You didn't hear his friend breathe, but you could imagine him doing so, forcefully shifting how he'd been planning on engaging with him. What I see is that the battle has been pushed away, back to the fleeing ship as the remaining enemy fighters are trying to catch up to it. Ours are following them. I think to disable. We nor any of the ships are in direct danger anymore, Captain. Now you can plead your case. We have shuttles, Captain. Anyone can pilot the Bane at this point. I can name 6 pilots who can safely fly through the debris to rescue as many of those hunters as we can. That'll be crew at this point. If you allow me to pilot my shuttle, that's 4 shuttles. And if you think I'm letting your pilot be the only ones doing this, Alpha, Gran. Whoa. Wait a minute. Oh. Huh. I mixed up which ship was destroyed. Right. This is the ship that's destroyed. Ooh, I'm going to have to make some changes. In future chapters, because I functioned as if Gerian was dead. Okay. And if you think I'm letting your pilots be the only ones doing this, Alpha, Gerian's it's for later. Gerian Frida Dramini said, his voice filled with respect, we will need to have words. As always, all assistance is welcome. Tom, you have my approval to join the rescue. Get a pilot in the seat and go. I've been fighting borders. What was the situation with the Ishmahar's fighters? I don't have numbers, but any remaining are still in the fight. How many can you take? Asharix, Wrath, Neris, Tamali Froth, how about you? They are going to need a hangar to return to. We're going to be full with ours, the Asharix captain said. We have damage, but no lost fighters. I can take a few, the captain of the Neris said. I can't give you numbers until I know how many I've outright lost. Same with me, Gerian Frida Deremy said. I know you and the others aren't equipped to work on fighters, but it's looking like you will have to take some. We'll take what we can, Gertrude said, and the other 2 captains agreed. About the Hishmahar civilians? Our scans show all their life support systems are operational, the Asharik said, so they aren't the priority at the moment. Agreed, but they'll still appreciate knowing we haven't forgotten about them. It's best if one of us can take them all instead of splitting them up. Unless one of you has decided to impregnate all the females on your ship since the day you took command, the raw-voiced male said, we all should be able to take them. Then it's just a question of agreeing on who will. Gregran stepped into the bridge and the beta stepped away from the center. Who among us is chasing recognition? The captain of the nearest said. Well, that's easy. Gerian Fredia Dramani said. There's only one of them among us who's with ballads made of him specifically. I never chase recognition, Gregorian replied. So much for the respect the cub had shown him. But if no one else is willing, I will take them on. I didn't say that. Mish, the captain of the nearest teased, more civilians means more variety in your bed. That isn't a reason to take them on, the rough-voiced male replied. But they'll be grateful. She continued. She let out a yelp as Gregorian frowned. That had Gregorian frowned, and a new voice spoke. Ignore my captain and mate. This is an alpha decision, so it's mine, not hers. We'll take them. But the captain started, only to be cut off. We are taking them, as well as any of the crew we can rescue. Thank you. When you have numbers, let me know how many of the fighters have to be divided among us. The scan beta cursed. Update. There was a power spike on the capital ship. Big enough, I'm surprised it hasn't exploded. On screen, he ordered, saying it hadn't exploded didn't mean the packs there weren't in need of a rescue. The ship looked as he remembered it. What's its status? Dead, no power. Life signs? There's too much interfering energy to tell that. Scan to maintenance. Maintenance. Here, Captain. I need to know how long the packs on that ship have. If life support isn't functional, that'll depend on more than just one thing, she replied distractedly. Like how many people are there, if there's something leaking, how quickly do we need to be there to ensure they live? Oh, we have time. On something that big, it would take a couple of years for a few hundred people to breathe the available oxy into poison. Even if there's something leaking without power to generate pressure, it would take months before it's filled whatever section to the point it would be deadly. Water and food are a much more pressing matter without power for the printers. How long for that? A couple of weeks, based on the standard equipment hunters pack bring with them. He'd been too long away from the active fighting on the line to have forgotten that. All right, thank you. Weapons, scan, pilot. Start planning an approach to the ship so we can rescue our hunters. Shuttles, keep in mind we will be in motion while you rescue the Ismahar's crew. Make sure you can proceed with oxy. You can process the oxy for an extended period of time. Understood, Captain. Now, he waited. I'm getting something, Com said. The ship was larger on the screen, but the approach still slowed due to all the debris. High momentum was not something they wanted with all that around. The pilot had stated when Gralgaran had asked if they could be there quicker. I'd like precision, Com, he replied. Better yet, let me listen. Static sounded with fluctuations. What is that? He asked. Something? Com replied, and he gave the beta there an annoyed tilt of the ears. The computer's trying to clean it up, but Bane? Static again. Come. More static. Are they sending our code? He demanded. I don't even know what they're sending, Alpha. There's no power on that ship. Reply to them on the same comm band. Acknowledged we're receiving them, that we're on our way. Alpha, they aren't transmitting on any of the band. What am I hearing then? That's electromagnetic. He stared. I'm not a comm expert, Beta. And I'm not an engineer. That's not comm. That's something else. The computers told me there's something there, not the other way around. Bane, come in. Static again. Not working? Then reply on whatever they're using. Tell them we are on our way. Scans? I need some help with this. Radiation's your department more than mine. Syncing systems, comm. Hunters, the beta said, this is the Bane. You aren't clear, but we are receiving. Told you it would work. Jer? Gargaran said. Yes, Alpha. How? Borrowed an idea from Bob. What? Is heart. That's going to be capitalized. That's going to be removed. Laughed. Bob's been collecting movie broadcasted from Earth a long time ago, but back then there were no broadcast bands. It's all slower than light on the energy spectrum. Used the design for the antenna he had receiving them and altered it to send out. At our distance, I figured any delay would be negligible. How did you know we'd understand you? I've seen the scanning array, remember? The engineer had me test every conduit on the Bane over the years. I knew they'd be I knew their set. I know this doesn't have to be in the past. I know they're set to receive anything and everything. I figured the computer's smart enough to work out what these patterns would mean, and to be safe, I told Zenila Haran that if I couldn't get back to the ship, his favorite lovers would be really sad. Jer, that isn't how you address one of the gods. But we are talking, aren't we? His friends were right. His heart slept with one female. Only someone in just Billiam's bed could think like him. What did you do for power? Jared chuckled. I'm in engineering. I have access to antimatter. I built myself a small conversion chamber and scavenged parts to turn that into the power we needed. They fried the ship's circuits, but not what was in storage for repairs. Your mate, Beta Turek Salminiel stated, is utterly insane. Even just Billiam can't inspire this. This isn't insanity, it's physics. You don't know these circuits. I have the equipment to test them. Once I knew, how about you two give me an update report since you're able to? The ship is neutralized, Pithothorax Salminial said, but of their doing. We haven't confirmed it yet, but it looks like they fried every circuit on the ship. That act seems to have been a signal to the crew to kill for the crew to, a signal for the crew to kill themselves. We've yet to find someone living. From the crew, Jer said, because we did find a lot of people alive. I hope there's a lot of space on the ships that are with you, because we found all these people who've been kidnapped on all the other planets and the one from this planet, but I figured those will only want to go home down there. He didn't have the numbers and he didn't want to look them up, but he expected that for the first time since he'd been on the Bane, it would feel crowded. Understood. We are heading your way, but it'll be some time. There's a lot of debris. I don't need the in the way. So you won. Of course we won, Galdron replied. We're hunters. We can't speak when we lose. We're in the forest then. Sit tight. Let the civilians know that they will be returned to their home, but that will take time. Understood, Alpha. Jer, good work. Comes. Any update from the ground? Not since the last one. So the fighting was progressing in their favor there as well. Scan, any chance we're close enough to get some information from down there? The only thing getting through the energy still around are this. The only thing getting through the energy are spikes indicating large explosions, and there hasn't been any in a while. Maintenance, repairs, we are now officially out of immediate danger. You can move about the ship and evaluate the work that needs to be done. Priority is to be placed on civilian accommodation and living. We are going to have passengers. They acknowledged the instruction, and Gregoran looked at the screen. Update from the shuttles, Alpha. Com said, they and the other ship's shuttle have gathered the surviving crew and are returning. They are advising some of the injuries are grave. Medical, be advised that trauma packs will be needed in the hangar. Prepare in accordance. You will be notified when the shuttles are about to reach us. Understood, Captain. And now he had to wait again. And that concludes Chapter 5 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to, if you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other in the series, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Darth. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? That's been done. Alrighty. I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Rights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 6 of The Engineer's Family. The hangar, when Jeremy stepped out of the shuttle with his pack and the others, was loud. The hangar was always loud on account of the work being done, but now it was loud on account of the volume of people there. Civilians being looked over by medics before being directed to someone who would arrange for them to have quarters while they were here. How long that would be, he had no idea. Then there were the hunters, so many of them, more than the Bane had sent out. A pack on his shuttle had been from the other ship, a ship that was no more. The fighter ships crowding the hangar also belonged to that ship, their pilots somewhere among the hunters. He couldn't imagine what it was like to lose so much of who they had been so quickly. Even with how the hunter's understanding of death was different from his, he couldn't say the other Kelsarians had a different understanding. It might not be as deep, but every Kelsarian he'd interacted with believed they were headed to the forest. They were where they would hunt, play, and enjoy time with those who had arrived there before them. Hunters were simply more intimate with the knowledge they'd get there before most. Jimmy? He tried not to think about it. Hunters! A voice snapped and silence fell over the hangar. Jimmy wished he could see his heart, but his shuttle had been the last. He'd made sure everyone else was on the Bane before he, his pack, and the hunters with him left the dead ship. He was at the back, too many bodies hiding. I don't need to have the back, it's implied. Too many bodies hid their alpha from him. Welcome back. The voice projected, but didn't have to be shouted in the silence. Know that each and every one of you has made the gods proud. You have found those who were taken from us, taken from their home, their families. Because of you, they will be reunited. You deserve rest. You deserve to return to life. But I can't grant you all. I can't grant this to all of you. Not yet. The battle has left the ship and others in the field of hunt of their and the others a field of hunt of their own. Too much needs to be done for civilians to handle. But I will not force you. I will not require that after you have conducted yourselves with such honor that you be forced to abstain from living again. So I will ask for volunteer to remain on the hunt too. We are hunters, shook the hangar. We die, so others live. Jeremy closed his mouth, having shouted their creed with the others, and couldn't help being amused at the surprise he knew his heart was wearing. Somehow, Growl had believed. Somehow, Growl had believed some would decide not to remain on the hunt for him. Possibly some of the hunters from the other ship. What made the male he loved so wonderful was he didn't know, maybe refused to know, the power he held over the hunters, his and others. Hunters with qualification in maintenance, repairs, and technicians, speak with your betas. Have your names brought to the Bane's respective representative. Those with other crew qualification as well as civilians occupation, you can speak with civilian accommodation, but remain alert. Brute help will be required, and I can't promise that warning will be given. The silent stretch. Know that more than the gods are grateful for your work. I am. The civilians on this ship are. Your siblings in the hunt are. Those in the forest look down on you with pride, for you will have stories to tell them the day you join them there. But delay that day for as long as you can. You are hunters. Remember that we fight, even when it's to take on Garmin, to take Camorn Gartin standing before us. Repairs, a female yelled, here. Maintenance, here. Another female yelled, technicians, here. A male added his voice. He faced his pack. You know where you can help. Go to it. He checked with the hunters from the other ships, but they were speaking with their beta, so he headed for the technician. It wasn't the engineer. Alex would be here if there were no other options and would hate and complain the entire time. Fortunately for him, when Jeremy talked his friend with the help of the doctors and counselors into assigning beta equivalent within engineering so he would stop overworking himself, it had given him people to send to deal with things like this. Pratiros hadn't been comfortable with the new authority, but he'd learned to handle it well. He was ordering the hunters with ease, sending them left and right. A hand cut his arm, and he smiled at his heart. Welcome home, Graal said. I wish I had the time to welcome you properly. How bad is it? The Bane is in one piece, and the holes in its hull have been patched, but a lot was damaged. We'll be limping to the closest station, and with having to leave the salvage here for the Federation to investigate, paying for the repairs will be interesting. He nuzzled Jeremy's cheek. But those are my trouble. Welcome home, little warrior. I'll see you when we can grab a shift to rest. A nod, and he headed for Preteros. Technician Hunter reporting, he said, taking his tablet out. Information appeared on it. Section 8, Deck 3, focus on anything civilian related. The core is intact, but the conduits have been damaged. Are the civilians in danger? Pertheros looked from his tablet at him and was surprised. He checked his tablet. Don't you even think of giving me something else, Prayer. Checking if the engineer left instruction for you. He didn't. They aren't in danger, but I don't expect they are comfortable. Understood. He looked through this pack. You know what? I need to change. Because I use pack to refer to the team, I kind of need to change that. This tool. His tool pack, or at least clarify. As he ran, he'd lost a few. I no longer need this. On the dead ship, but nothing he couldn't replace. He found what he needed to work on and set to it. Jeremy tried to stand as his heart rushed into medical, but the medic held him down, while another worked on unsealing the lacerations. It was just a misunderstanding, he said before Growl could speak. She hadn't seen me approach and lashed out in fear. Why would she be afraid of you? He demanded. Look at me, Growl. No fur. At a glance, I'm either an Earther, a Tahornian, or a Tahornian, both of whom were involved in ripping her from her world and family. Like I said, just a misunderstanding. Growl nodded and sat next to him. Since you're here, Captain, he's off shift for the next 2. His arm can't be stressed while it heals. I'll see to it he does nothing. Jeremy snorted. Oh, it won't be nothing. It's going to be our first shift where we aren't too exhausted to enjoy each other's company. Just don't use the arm to hang on to him. Or you don't make it so he has to put weight on it. On my back. Or standing, Growl said. You can hold on to the wall with one arm. There is equipment you can get, the medic said as he worked some Um, some are some are even rated for civilian printers. So you could set it up immediately. Growl grinned, and there are part of the ship currently without gravity. No, the medic said, not while he's healing. Sex and null gravity isn't what the ballad makes it seem to be. You'll be floating everywhere. And you might not be able to hold on to him, and bumping his arm will cause damage. Sounds like you're speaking from experience, Jeremy said, and the medic looked at him, and only then seemed to realize what he'd said. It was for research purpose. The inside of his ears turned red before they folded back. I didn't know Kelsarians could get embarrassed when talking about sex. He's more worried I'll think he did that on the Bane, which, of course, he wouldn't. There are regulations about when gravity can be turned off, exactly for the reasons he mentioned. And yet you offered. Growl smirked. It's already turned off. Until it can be turned back on, why not take advantage of it? Hand me my tablet. No work while I'm fixing you up. I just want to make sure that part of the ship isn't scheduled to be repaired before we've had a chance to try that. Hand it to me, and I'll do what I can to convince the captain to let you enjoy it too. Jer, I can't allow someone there unescorted, especially not with him bringing others. So we escort him. What do you say? My tablet for sometimes in null gravity with me and the alpha of ballads? I'm not that alpha. Growl rolled his eyes, but yes, medic, if you are interested and if the section hasn't been repaired, hand me my tablet and I'll make sure it isn't. You can accompany us. The medic looked from Jeremy to Growl, then handed Jeremy his tablet. This is a general announcement from the Bane's captain, Growl's voice sounded. For the civilians and hunters traveling with us, we are about to get underway. Compensators are not at full capability yet, so we will keep the acceleration low, but be ready for fluctuations. Plural. Remain aware of your surrounding as you move about. Keep loose item inside locked cabinets. Keep loose items inside locked cabinet of. Uh, okay, I know what I was going. Keep items. I'm inside properly secured inside locked cabinets. Cobs should not be allowed to roam freely. Be aware that the Bane is currently over capacity. That means the food must be rationed. Restaurants are closed and converted into eateries. Rations will be allocated based on nutritional requirement as established by medical. So ensure you visit them if you haven't already done so. And lastly, this is a reminder that there is an Earther on my crew. I understand that is unexpected, but he is not one of your assailant who has managed to hide on the ship. He is not a creature sent by the Earther gods to terrorize you, and he will not take your cubs while you are off shift. He is one of the hunters responsible for your rescue. He deserves your thanks, not your scorn. That is all. The engineer glanced at him. That bad? Jeremy shrugged, comparing the numbers. Power was still leaking somewhere. Not really, but the civilians who aren't used to me have been complaining to anyone who'll listen. I've been hissed at, but no one's called me since that first accident. Was it? Yes, it was. He looked at his friend. It was days after she arrived, before before she was put in under cryo. Earthers were among those who took her. She turned, caught sight of me in the lineup, screamed, and lashed out. Has she apologized? She doesn't have to. I understand what it's like, remember? Can I get permission to look over the aft deck 7? Something there's draining power, but repair has everything marked as done and checked. You have it. Consider yourself with rank if you need to get someone to help you with what you find. I do appreciate the confidence. Alex smirked. You have earned it. Kessler and Sony to standardize, he told the casket. I spent 3 days crawling through deck 7 looking for what was draining the power. And do you know what it turned out to be? A wrong conduit. If everything was standard, I would have had a set of tests I could have run from engineering, and the result would have told me what and where needed to be fixed, or, in this case, replaced. An hour, tops. And the work would have been done. Of course, I wouldn't have had fun crawling through everything, but right now, the way everything is stressed, we really could have used having this fixed sooner. We have the backup running, and there are days when the lights dim. He placed a hand on the casket. One of many in the hold. 6 hold full of the dead. The space would be better used turning them into housing for the civilians, but no one complained. Sorry it took me this long to come. You deserve something more than just that quick ceremony, but, as you can imagine, things have been busy. The one sacrifice that had been made was to have the banners there was that the banners were already stored under the casket instead of displayed. At least the food has to be better in the forest than here. With rationing, I've barely been able to cook anything. I know the rations are what I need to remain healthy, but I'm not given a lot to work with here. He looked at the others before the casket. He looked at the others before caskets. I don't need other caskets. Before caskets, they were probably more respectful, but Jurikte had liked honesty to a brutal level. She had no time to waste with cuddling. It's why she had decided to program. She told the pack while they enjoyed the afterglow. In programming, things were or weren't. They worked or they didn't. If it worked, you didn't mess with it. If it didn't, you fixed it. With people, she'd complain, half the time things seemed to work, but it was just them pretending. And then, when she didn't get it, they got angry at her. I hope your hunting is good. I hope the food plentiful, and I hope those there tell it to you how it is. We miss you. Jeremy blocked, then went on the attack, forcing Trost to back up. You move too much, he said. You try not moving when someone comes at you like that. Pivot, force me aside. We've gone over that often, Hunter. You can't fight an Earther the way you fight a Calcarian. I can shoot one well enough. I'm the weapons specialist in the pack, remember? And like the rest of the pack, I expect you to be able to hold your own without what makes you special ops. You mean my charming personality? From where I'm from, that is so not a compliment. How about you get back there then? The male said. A glance over his shoulder showed him 4 hunters, older, scarred. He blocked Trose's punch and unbalanced her. Let's pause the training, Trose. He faced the hunter. Can I help you? You can leave. I'm training with my hunter. The male snorted. You think your kind can fight? Jimmy blocked Trosa's advance. Stand down, Hunter, he told her. Where's your beta? He asked the male. I'm the... No, you're not. Betas treat each other with respect, even when they don't like each other. That's part of what it means to have rank. You? The other laughed with the others with him laughed. You expect me to believe they make they made something like you a beta? I thought the Viper's Bane was the great Gargaron Selaravnir ship. How would you let something like you be a beta? You're lucky you said his name with respect, Hunter. He's someone worth respecting. You're just some furless thing trying to be better and failing. Stand down, Hunter! A female snapped. The male glanced over in her direction, muzzle opening and snapping shut. What the fuck was that? She demanded. I'm just putting that. Excuse me? She demanded. Is that how you refer to a beta? Is that how they let you act on that ship of yours? I know your beta was young. Um. I mean, I don't. I will have to go back and establish that the alpha of the Hijmahar's Blaze was on the younger side. All I establish is that Gerian is the youngest there. Like he's literally just graduated. Okay, I may not have to rework too much. I know your alpha was young, but I will not believe that he allowed. Okay, that will be changed then because the alpha was female on the Ishmahar. I will not believe that she would allow such disrespect of rank. And you're old enough to have been trained better. You aren't one of the cubs that seem to leave the Hunter Academy barely knowing what it is to be a hunter. Do you have any idea what it's like to train one of them? You shouldn't, but I'm sure your beta would have much to say about it since you act like cubs. Scatter. I do not make me repeat myself, Hunter. I'm not as patient as this beta is. I will remind you who has rank here if I have to repeat what I said. They left together, glaring at him hatefully. What was left of a pack, Jeremy decided. Their beta? He died on the ground. He died groundside. You shouldn't have let him talk to you like that, beta. There's nothing he could have said that would have caused him to. There's nothing I could have said that could have caused him to stand down. You're a beta. Not to him. I was a thing. Not to him. I'm just a thing. He was getting ready to attack you. I know. He outmasses you. He's stronger than you. He's a Kelsarian who's never had to fight an Earther alone. He was working himself up. He was entering the fight already half exhausted because he thought it would have been that easy to take me down. He had already lost the fight. What happened to the scared Earther who didn't want to learn how to fight? The one who made training him so difficult? Jeremy smirked. He had other Earthers attempt to take him from his family, from his crew, from his pack, one time too many. They killed him and left me in his place. I don't scare as easily, and thank you for not giving up on me. She snorted. Giving up on Gral's little warrior? That was never going to happen. Didn't matter how much stamina you had, I was going to wear you down. With a flick of the ears, she walked away. You know what? Of an ear. He's going to come back, Troll said. I know his type. If he does, I'll demonstrate I am someone to be respected or feared. He faced her. Now, about your training. Why don't we call it no? But after this, you can't. I can, and I am. You will learn how to fight an Earther so that you won't make the mistake he did. Be reasonable, Beta. You aren't winning this, Tros. You are not Beta Bralendrirano Caro Tirek Frem. You will not wear me down. Now, take position, Hunter. Don't make me repeat myself. And a sigh, she did, and he trained her. And that concludes chapter 6 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available along with the other books in the series on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Busy Bard, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Hello, Angel. How are you doing? Thank you for the welcoming. Bye. How are things going for you, Angel? You are good. Very cool. Yes, I've already asked the question. And what are you what are you up to? How was the chapter? Well, the reading correct went well. I realized in the previous chapter that I actually made a mistake. Well, a mistake. When I wrote Monday's chapter, yesterday's chapter, there's a reference in there to one of the Alpha being dead as part of the battle because one of the ship was destroyed. And everything is written as if Gerien is the Alpha who died, and it's established in previous chapter that he's young, like he's literally just graduated, like as an Alpha, he just became an Alpha. And in the previous chapter, I realized it's not his ship that's destroyed, it's a different ship. So I'm having to make some minor adjustment, which is primarily changing the gender, because the Alpha who died is a female instead of a male. And I don't believe I've established anything about how old that Alpha is. So I can probably still manage to keep the next chapter, this chapter as it is, just correcting the gender. And when I do my second draft, just going back and establishing that that captain is also on the younger side, not as young as Gerien, but also young. Uh, I'll be right back. And what are you up to today, Angel? Did some covers for a contest on 99 Designs. Very cool. Good luck. Alright, that is done. Here. Alrighty. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the August 28th chapter for Snake from the Archer Academy. Still clear. Look out on the roof of the facing. The lookout on the roof of the facing building said. Lance was almost done cutting through the last hinge with the torch. Barry, how's the security? All good, boss, the man replied in the earpiece. I'm in it, and it's transmitting nothing but a quiet night to the monitoring company. No police patrol scheduled for the next 3 hours, and based on their previous pattern, so long as you have the door back in place by then, they won't even slow. Almost there, Snake, Lance said, and he readied himself by loosening his shoulders. Remember, this is an in and out. You have the list of the high-value electronics we're after. Don't get distracted by anything else. Driver, you ready? I'll be at the dock as soon as you give the signal, she answered. Drive, baby, Barry said. Remember that you need to be out of there and in the alley when I tell you. They never have a truck at the docks at night, overnight. Don't baby me, Barry. Keep it professional, people, Snake chastised. And I'll be out of there as soon as you give the word. So I hope someone's going to be securing everything as it goes in because I can't be liable for anything that gets damaged. You're here because you know how to move a truck without sending everything flying, driver. Yes, boss, but John will be in there securing everything. Don't worry about that. I'll have the cargo, driver, John said. The hinge clanged on concrete and Snake took hold of a metal door. The electronics company had decided to balance some of the problems with buildings as well as this one, with making it near impossible to open the door unaided. Sealed tungsten hinges door made some really heavy. Wait. Sealed tungsten hinges doors made of some really heavy metal Snake didn't know, but they'd gotten a copy and he'd practiced lifting it out of the way. Difficult, but not impossible, although the few handholds made it more so. He couldn't, or even if he didn't mind leaving holes for the patrol to notice, wouldn't be able to dig his fingers in. It would be easier without the gloves, but he wasn't leaving his fingerprints anywhere near here. Everyone on his crew roared him. With a grunt, he pulled it out. Barry, no alarm, bosses, as promised. He put it down, panting, with enough space for his crew to go in. The last two secured metal bars against it, and Snake moved to the other side. The inside had better handholds. He pulled it so the weight was on him. I have it. The bars then hit the concrete, cut and brought inside. Ready to open the dock door for you, driver, John said, and Snake was saw the cube van back as he pulled in the door back in as he put the door in place. A bar was passed through the emergency release bar to keep the door from falling out, and he joined his crew in moving electronics into the van. There hadn't been a lot of research Snake could do on the Pittsburgh gangs, that's going to be plural, in preparation for settling his in. Reed had gotten him everything law enforcement had on them and offered recommendations on where he could take over, but had been hands off otherwise, which Snake appreciated. It was one thing for Mr. Weeze to say Snake would be the one in charge. It was another to have his underling follow those instructions as well. Snake had worked for too many gangs where what the boss promised didn't go any further than his mouth. Those under him being more interested in appearing important than letting the expert do his job. The problem with what law informant had, especially in the digital age, was that it was almost certainly unreliable. Not only were gangs as fluid as water, they all had access to hackers now, some of whom were borderline parahumans in skill. He'd settled on Overbrook, as it was far from the big established gangs. The last thing he needed, while settling in, was getting involved in a war he couldn't win against one of them. The gang in Overbrook had been small and technically affiliated with the Manchesters, but he'd managed to take it over quietly enough they had noticed, and because of how small the gang had been, the tributes weren't exorbitant. Managing that aspect, as he grew the gang into something independent, was his biggest problem at the moment. He was far enough, he hoped, not to be considered a threat, but he had to be big enough that he could deal with the retribution cutting ties would bring. "Driver," Barry said, "go hide." "Everyone quiet," he ordered, his voice resonating through the warehouse. A look at the time said the patrol was early. It didn't have to mean anything, but it could. "Out of sight," Driver said. "Everything's still in place," John said. "So smooth, you really didn't need me here." "People," Snake warned. Most of the underground people were from the gang he took over. There had been a few too loyal to the previous leader he'd had to kick out with a reminder not to mess with them. He'd given strict orders they weren't to be killed. Snake and his people were the aggressors. They'd just done what any of them would have if the situation had been reversed. But if they decided to retaliate, then his orders were to make sure it didn't happen a second time. Only one had tried. The police had yet to find the bodies, wouldn't until they dredged the Monongahela again. Shit. "Barry, I have someone in the air heading your way, trying to get a camera in that direction, but there aren't a lot that are made to see details in the dark." Pittsburgh had 3 official heroes, each independent of each other. The only one that flew was the Spirits of Pittsburgh. Stupid name as far as he was concerned, but there had been one for as long as there had been parahumans, as far as the history books claimed. Snake wasn't worried about Spirit as he wasn't as worried about Spirit as he was about Steel Justice. That one would be a problem if he became aware of the heist. He was one of those heroes who didn't worry too much about the body count. The one advantage he had was that he operated mainly on the north side of the city, where the big gangs were active. The last one was Monongahela herself. There was a chance she'd noticed his gang when they dumped the body in the river, but if he'd known about her, he wouldn't have done that. But he figured she'd have struck by now if she had. She was more environmentalist than outright hero, although she'd helped Spirit a time or two, according to his research. "Okay," he's continuing on, Barry said. "Nothing I have on file says the Spirits has enhanced senses, but considering no one seems to agree on exactly what he can do, I'd keep the noise down for a while longer." "Oh, the patrol singular, has driven on." "So," Driver said, "am I going back to the dock or waiting?" "Wait," Snake said. "Barry, keep track of him. If he turns around, I need to know. Otherwise, let driver know once Spirit is 5 miles off. We'll get the cargo ready in the meantime. And as a warning, sun rises in 2 hours. He checked his watch. Almost 5 already? We need to be out of here in 30, people. Stop wasting time and move the cargo in place. He put the door back in place and Mel jammed the bar in. Anyone walking by would notice, but at this point, speed was more important than discretion. That done, they both ran for the van and hopped in. Go, he told driver as he buckled in, and she eased them away. The rest of the crew in the back. How much do you think we'll clear? She asked. We won't know until we've sold them, and we're not there yet. We need to replace a smart chip with one that isn't going to call home the instant it's plugged into the wall. The advantage with that was that it gave law enforcement time to lose interest in the robbery. They'd always have people keeping tabs on the known fences, but Snake knew some that weren't compromised yet, and the bulk would be sold on the direct market. He was amused at his mother taking him through all those flea markets had amounted to him knowing how to locate those in Pittsburgh. He wouldn't get anywhere near what he could by fencing them through someone reputable, but he'd make a profit without problems. Without problem. No plural. And I can confirm there is no electronic evidence anyone was there, Barry said. Good. How's it looking around home? Still good. People are waking up. The traffic's still light. Oh, stay off Edgebrook. There's an accident. Thanks, Barry, Trevor said. The Brookline Industrial Park was busy by the time they reached it. So they were one of many cube vans backing to a dock when driver had them home. Snake had told Reed he wasn't building that. He wanted a building that could function as a business or factory, something where people coming and going wouldn't draw attention. He'd seen too many gangs holed up in abandoned buildings being noticed simply because the building wasn't supposed to be occupied. He hadn't wanted that headache. Reed had gotten him a disused lumber and furniture factory. The first thing Snake did was get it running again. To scale down the customers, he shifted the focus toward high-scale custom furniture, and Barry, ever the internet-savvy guy, suggested making it a streaming show as well. It meant those doing the work wouldn't be able to work. Those working in the factory couldn't be on his crew. But finding craft people interested in, while not being bothered by who lived in the back, interested in the work, had been surprising. It meant those working in the factory couldn't be on his crew, but finding craft people interested in doing the work while not being bothered by who lived in the back had been surprisingly easy. And it had netted them some nice looking furniture that weren't, somehow, good enough to be sold. He heard the crew rejoice from outside the van, and he was careful as he walked to the door. Most of the crew could get away with being caught on camera by the small film crew, but his scales made him too distinctive. All right, people. Job's not over until the cargo is moved to the processing room. Get to it. Those who'd stayed behind joined in while Snake headed to his office. Reed had been amused when Snake had asked for books on management and economics and management, economics, and finances, but something he'd learned from working for gangs where it was all about the heat of the moment, the fun of the crime, and the joy of spending that well-earned cash. Whoa. the wording does not make this work. But he'd learned something. And it's interesting how just changing the word shifts how this is going to work. Because if it's, but something he'd learned means that it has to be immediate after that. But he'd learned something, then can have the delay. Although I am going to continue working from working for gangs where it was all about the heat of the moment. This is not. This is a continuation. Heat of the moment, the fun of the crime and the joy of spending that well-earned cash. This can be the same paragraph. They always had to steal, sell, and deal. His gang did that, but he didn't want the desperation that came with waking up one morning to realize he didn't have the money to pay his dues, or the leisure to take time off from planning the next crime. And he had a business fronting all that, so he wanted to do the best job he could for it and his people. Once he was done doing the best he could, he so was not an accountant. He joined the others in enjoying the well-earned beer. He checked on the processing room where the chips were being exchanged, and those pieces that would go to the flea market were being scuffed, so they looked used. Those heading for their fence had already been sent out. He was told hiding among furniture being delivered. In that order, he crashed for the rest of the day. He wasn't a night owl, but after a night heist, he gave himself the day off. Someone's looking snazzy, Hamilton commented, looking him up and down. Got a hot date? Not yet, he replied, turning in place for her, but that's the plan. You know, you don't have to go looking out there. I will date you without hesitation. I don't mix the gang and pleasure, you know that. Way too many headaches that way. Which car can I take? She grabbed a set of keys, looked, and tossed them to him. The Subaru. It's the midnight blue one. Are all the American models out? Oh, someone doesn't like the foreign models, she grinned, and he flipped her the bird. Don't come back too early, she called, and I want to be sure. I want to be sure you've had your fun. Yes, mother. He closed the door on her offended reply. She was 5 years younger than he was. The club he settled on this time was, according to the reviews, very LGBTQ friendly. It was good. He didn't know how he felt tonight. Their food was also good, and someone had commented in their review how no one had been bothered by their orange skin. He hoped that meant his scales wouldn't keep him out. Out there, it is obvious. His obvious parahumanness had proved the biggest impediment to him enjoying the clubs. So many of them were anti-parahuman now, and a lot of those who weren't were nothing more than fetish clubs, where what was being fetishized were parahumans. Being downtown, he had to park well away, but he didn't mind. The evening was comfortably cool, and he enjoyed the city. Someone's far from home, a man said, the sneer audible. Snake stopped and looked around in the process of scoping the people. Too many of them. It was a Friday night, after all. He didn't recognize the man, but the colors marked him as Manchester. Of course, it would be one of them. And it wasn't like they wouldn't recognize Snake. Downtown's neutral ground, he said. It wasn't even Manchester territory, but he wanted to avoid a conflict. So, look, I'm just looking for a quiet evening. I've had a busy week. I have friends who don't have anything because of you. So that was it. That's what it was about. I only kicked out those who weren't willing to work for me. The man was in his face. You stole what was theirs. I took it fair and square. They couldn't hold on to it. The man looked left and right, and Snake tensed when he reached, but all he did was smooth the suit jacket's lapels. This isn't the time or the place, but your time's coming. Enjoy your evening, Snake. You don't have many of them left. The altercation probably hadn't been approved by Manchester's leader, or even planned. he expected. But this was trouble he didn't need. It wouldn't matter who started it. When the man made his move, Snake would have to explain himself to his leader. He wasn't in a position to break from them yet. He forced his shoulder to loosen. That was a tomorrow problem. Tonight, he had a club to go to and hopefully someone to spend the night with to find. The bouncer gave him the same once over he gave everyone before, yeah, ahead of Snake. Ahead of Snake before letting him in. The club was, well, it was too much for him. He'd never been into science fiction, but he was here for the food and potential company, so he could ignore the fact it was supposed to be the inside of a spaceship of some sort. Men and women were in pairs and groups, some mixed sex, some same sex. The atmosphere was definitely respectable. The review site marked it as a good place to find a partner for the night, but he didn't have it didn't have the feel of his usual hookup clubs. People noticed him. Snake couldn't go unnoticed. Even without his scale, he was muscular. His thuggishness probably came through even with the business suit. The bar had lights traveling from one side to the other. Vodka martini, he told the barman. What do you recommend to eat? Well, you have a good gaw tonight. Snake stared. You know, Klingon serpent worm? Okay, this might have been a mistake. It's a pasta dish, the woman said, chuckling, more chow mein than Italian. She was gorgeous, and Snake decided that if she was interested, he was going with a woman tonight. Her chestnut hair was short and straight. The cut had a futuristic feel to it. Her black dress clung to her body, and he had trouble not leering. Her hips had a nice whiteness to them, and her breasts would be a comfortable handful. She laughed. If I didn't want to be looked at, I wouldn't dress this way. Still, it's not polite, he said. He paid for his drink. Cash? She commented. What are you, a crook? He chuckled. Keeps my personal time from showing up on the company budget. He offered a hand. Rob. Sarah. First time here. I'd have remembered seeing a genuine alien here. He almost protested, then remembered the theme of the club. First time on Earth, actually. I was told to stay away. They say a lot of nasty thing about Earthling out here. Out there, you know. She leaned in. And you came in spite of all those nasty things? He leaned and whispered, I came because of all those nasty things you Earthling get up to. Really hoping for you. One of you will show me how they go. You are kind of quick, Rob, from outer space. He smiled. Only have a night on Earth. I don't have time to waste. Is that so? He nodded. But I was warned about one thing. Told that if I didn't follow that one rule, I might as well get off the planet. Which is, if I'm interested in an Earther, I have to, what do you call it? Wine and dine them? Them? Well, it's policy not to assume gender from where I'm from. And that wouldn't bother you? I'd like to know up front, but no, it wouldn't. I'm a her from the tip of my hair to the bottom of my toes. And a beautiful one at that. So, that gag is, I can't believe they call anything that it's good. She chuckled. She chuckled. With the right company. Are you hungry? She looked him up and down. Oh, most certainly. He offered her his arm. Then let's find a table so we can fuel for the rest of the night. Night, is it? If you'll have me that long. He pulled a chair away for her to sit. I have to get going in the morning, though. Flight to catch. And where are you flying to? Alpha Centauri. Home. He opened the mouth and he smiled. I guess that's on me for making you an alien. The food was good, and she was better. His phone woke him at 3, and he tried to get out of bed without waking her. Going already? Flight to catch. Are you going to be in the city again? Can't say. I go where the company sends me. The company. Mysterious. He chuckled. No capital letters. I'm in the lumber industry. Then I really hope to see you again, Rob. This was amazing. I'm glad. You were also amazing. Hamilton glared at him as he entered and tapped her wrist. He Took him a second to realize what she implied by that. You said not to come home early, and it's the weekend. What are you doing here? Unlike me, you have a place. All the locals had their own place in the city, and all but one of the lieutenants he'd brought with him had found places by now. He'd get one when he was confident that they were settled in, and that would have to be after the fallout of breaking away from the Manchesters was handled. Business never sleeps. You told us that. I certainly hope you slept. I got in an hour ago to go over how much of the cargo was processed and get that ready for the markets. Who are going out with them this time? Wilson, Joanne, Martin. Samuel called to say he can't. His daughter got colic. Once it's a reasonable hour, I'll find someone for the fourth market. Good job. He grabbed a shower, then breakfast before getting in his workout. He'd been surprised by the delivery and had called Raid to confirm it wasn't a mistake. How did he rate one of Armstrong's para-human rated weight machines? Strength was part of what Mr. Weeze had hired him for, and that needed to be maintained and worked. And that could only happen with the correct equipment. He had another shower, dressed, and headed down to download the sitcom, and the woman in the business suit stopped him. He hadn't? Mr. Snake? Mr. Sanaki? She asked. Snake, he corrected reflexively, glancing at Hamilton. She's on the books. I thought you knew your assistant booked her. His right. That was how entries Reed did showed up as his virtual assistant. It was last minute, the woman said. I happened to have an opening, and he said you'd be available. And you are? Caroline Arthrob, CPA. You're an accountant? He had no idea how Reed had known, but then again, the man might as well be para-human for the ways he could anticipate what Snake needed. Please come to my office. You have no idea how much I need your help. And that concludes the Harker August 28th chapter for Snake. And that concludes August in its entirety. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. See, yeah, this is not. Sometime you'll be. Yeah. February 22nd. Okay, that is done. Eric shook his head. Wait, Ardent? There was a kid actress who won an award by that name when I was a kid. Furry. I tried to remember more details. Lion? Youngest to win, I think. For supporting role by Jolie Ingenue. Opposite Magenta Calburn. Eric's never figure. Yeah. Yes, that's the one. No idea about the other actress, though. I thought you didn't pay attention to movies. I didn't, but when a kid wins something that's exclusive to adults, it gets talked about, and other kids end up paying attention just because one of them them's involved. For maybe 15 minutes after that, I dreamed I might win one too. Just 15 minutes. The swamp's good at pounding dreams out of kids. That, and by then my tech ability had kicked in. I figured that I'd be crazy before I could do anything else. She tightened her arm again. She was 8 when she won, and she did deserve it. She was a great kid actress. By the time she was 18, she'd won a few more. Have had been in a lot of movies, but the industry's hard on everyone, especially kids. And to look behind them at the studios. By the time she was 25, according to any biography of that era, she was impossible to work with. You need to look up pictures of her. She could stop traffic just by putting a leg out of a car. Stories say that actually happened. Are you sure you want me to look at another woman? One you say is beautiful? She grinned. I'm not worried. She isn't your type. She's thin. Ah, I'm happy you know me so well. You don't make it difficult to know the only women you look at are heavier. She smiled at him, then grew serious. Like just about everyone in that era of movies, it came out that she did drugs, and then she vanished from the industries. Like, was vanished or just went into hiding? There was as many answers to that question as there were people asking it. Everyone had their theory, and Vivian never said when she resurfaced 20 years later to star in Spirits of the Past. It was her comeback movie. And not just that, but there's a fight scene toward the end. Nothing much by today's standard, but the studio made a big deal of the fact that she did her own stunts. She was 45 and did all of them herself. She eyed Eric. Yes, woman can kick ass. He gave her an innocent look. I didn't say anything. You were thinking it. Are you kidding? I knew Isabel in the army, remember? I've seen her take down men much bigger than she was. Trust me, that is one thing I have never thought women incapable of. Anita laughed. Well, Vivian starred in a few spy thrillers after that. There was a time the studio believed any actress above 35 was only good to be the best friend or the mom. She changed that. A lot of older actresses got a second wind because of her. What? Eric asked when she grew silent, a smile on her lips. I was just remembering some of the movies that were made after that. Remind me to show you the old bastard one day. Renee Millington is 73 in it, and he did all his fights. No doubles, no powered, no techers to assist. And they didn't try to make him fight like he's a young man. They play up the fact that he's old. To the point where he fakes a heart attack during the fight and his enemy freaked out and rushed to check on him. And Renee punched him. The story is that wasn't in the script, but they kept it. Are you saying they kept recording while the guy had a heart attack? That's what the stories say. But this is Ireland, so it's probably true. Trust me. There was one hapless cameraman who abandoned his post to help someone and was promptly fired. Give me 10 minutes and an internet connection, and I can probably find a dozen of them. It's okay. Eric shook his head, not believing anyone could be that interested in producing a movie, could be more interested in producing a movie than seeing someone's health. I'll take your word for it. You're the movie expert, not me. Tried to see the rides. the ride, the rides, plural. Not that they were closer, but the other buildings were in the way. The way you talk about the ride. Oh no, yeah, he's looking for one specific. The way you talk about the ride, it sounds like there's more to it. She nodded. Vivian died on it. Eric frowned. I thought it was a quiet ride. Yes, but she was in bad shape. She hid the damage the drugs did to her for as long as she could, but then, 25 years ago, she started falling apart. She had to stop acting. Within 5 years, she was a shadow of her former herself. She went to all the doctors. She even got Nit to visit her. You've heard of Nit, right? He's with the specialist protectors, she corrected. He's the team healer. Outside of that, he's a healer for hire. He's supposed to be expensive, but if you can afford him, there's nothing he can't fix. So she couldn't afford him? I guess. I mean, she was rich, but she was still dying when he left. He's never spoken about it. He's never even confirmed that he visited her, in spite of being recorded entering her home. When asked about her, all he says is that he loves her movies and that she was a great woman. Vivian never said what happened. Anita shook her head. 3 months later, she gave an interview where she officially said that she had a few weeks to live. Her last wish was to take the ride one last time. She paused. Samuel offered to close the park for her, let her take her last ride without being disturbed by everyone else, but she wouldn't have it. She wouldn't let him. Some stories say they were lovers. No, she wanted her fans there. As she got more popular, she did a lot for her fans. She loved them. She wanted to go. I wanted to go, but as you can imagine, 20 years ago, I was a little young. My parents couldn't see spending the kind of money what the ticket went for, so I settled for watching it on TV. She was driven to the ride by Samuel, with her fans standing solemnly on each side. She was so dignified. She wore a reproduction of the iconic red dress from the movie. She went on the ride alone. She insisted on that. She wanted to be alone with her memories. She told the interviewer before she boarded the car. If she rode alone, does anyone know how she died? Old age, according to her doctor. She was there, of course. She couldn't tell when she couldn't tell when after she was inside she died, but it was proclaimed natural causes. There was an autopsy and it confirmed she was just old and damaged because of the excessive drugs of her youth. Eric looked in the direction of the ride. Getting to pick where you're going to die is a pretty sweet deal. Anita smiled. My pick is to die in bed, of exhaustion after a marathon session of sex. I see. Eric nodded thoughtfully. I'd better start investing in that company making those sex aid pills then. Looks like the only way I'll be able to keep up with you is to own the old company. They glanced at each other and burst out laughing. The laughter died and she sobered. You want to know what the eerie thing is? I mean, ever, even for Tyrannus? I looked at her expectantly. People have seen her inside the park. What do you mean, seen her? Just that. She looked toward the gates, still in the distance. The sighting started a few days after her death. Of course, everyone first thought it was a hoax. The park trying to cash in on her death. People were pissed. The park denied it, but it didn't help. That was one of their worst year. How long did it last? It's still going on. There's a few sites online tracking the sightings. New ones are posted daily. A glimpse of her here and there. Someone following her, losing track of her after she turned a corner. Eric thought about it. Could be hidden doors and hatches. There's bound to be some of those in an amusement park. The park still denies having anything to do with it. Maybe they don't know. Could be a handful of employees. For over a decade? She replied. Maybe, but people are damn it, it's her, not just a vague resemblance, exactly her. Sure, most people don't get a good look at her face, but the certainty is still there. Then people point to the fact she doesn't show up on camera. Yes, yes, I know. There's a way around that one. Eric shut his mouth. But isn't that a lot of work for what? It's been 20 years now. But now the simple fact that someone, it's been 20 years, although it's not a but, it's an although. The simple fact that someone stuck with it for so long is a feat in and of itself. What you're saying, I think, what you're saying, is that you think it's her ghost. Are you going to tell me you don't believe in them? Eric shrugged. I've never been in a position to put their existence to the test, and as you said, this is tyrannous, so I'm going to say they exist until I can disprove them. Thing is, every ghost story I've heard of, there's a reason for their haunting. Unfinished business and all that. And aren't hauntings supposed to be linked to violent death? Was her body desecrated? She glanced at him sideways. You're kidding, it was? She hesitated. We don't know. Eric sighed. Okay, how can that not be known? From anyone else, he'd be guessing he was being strung along for a punchline. Considered Anita and decided she might be doing that, but her he was going to punch back. Her body vanished. He stifled a groan. Annie, if this is a joke on the poor time displaced guy, just tell me, because this is starting to sound like the plot of a really bad novel. She died and some evil guy steals her body to keep her from moving on. But the best thing he can come up with is have her ghost walk around an amusement park. In those stories, the ghost is usually used to commit atrocities. Guy, girl, man, women, something in between. Honestly, would you pay money to watch that movie? She shrugged. Depends on the execution. There's been plenty of movies that weren't impressive on paper, but the right people were involved and the end result was watchable. But this is real life. There isn't someone filming us, telling a story. You've got to admit that even for tyrannists, this is stretching it a bit thin. I'll grant you that. She gave him a mischievous smile. Wanna investigate? Eric shut his mouth before he could agree. He eyed Anita, who now wore a perfect look of innocence. Was this part of your plan from the start? Would it be so bad if it was? He kept his mouth shut to keep the irrational flush of anger contained. Of course it was bad. He hadn't brought anything. He had a couple of screwdrivers in a pocket, and that was it. When it passed, when the Decker in him had settled back down, he let out a soft sigh. Can we just enjoy the park? I'm sorry, she said. I thought you'd enjoy working out a mystery. It's not that. He smiled at her, did his best to ensure nothing he said sounded like it was her fault. It wasn't like he came with a user manual, and she hadn't bothered reading it. There were so many small things that being a Tecker caused, he couldn't think of all of them until something like this happened to point one out. If I'd known from the start we'd be investigating a ghost, I would have brought things. Or at the very least, my bag of tools, since I can't think of what I could make ahead of time to hunt a ghost. He paused as the others came to him. Having said that, I now have an idea. You need to remember that Teckers come with a hint of insanity. Most of us keep it at bay, but there isn't one for whom the urge to push the limit isn't there. He let go of her and placed his hand in hers. Add to it that the insanity comes with a strong competitive urge. Why do you think science and chaos are always trying to outdo each other? Now, you offer me this mystery that no one has solved, and that part of me is urging me to go for it, to find out what it's really about, to prove everyone else that I'm superior to them. So megalomania comes with the power set? He heard the jest in her voice, but he remained silent. Yes, it does. That aspect isn't a big deal for those of us who are sane, but you need to remember that I did go insane for a few months ago. It's pure luck I came back from that. If not for that, for a brave boy, I'd be trying to take over the city right now. Just one more villain for the heroes to stop. He shuddered. The edge is finer for me because of how strong I am. You're not Mad? Her voice was laced with worry. He shook his head. You didn't know. It isn't like this came up before. She squeezed his hand. I'll make sure to give you plenty of warning. Next time I plan on surprising you with a mystery to investigate. He smiled and leaned in to kiss her. You are so considerate of my feelings. Hold on. Right, you're on the same, so it's going to be March 1st as well. You are back. Had to put down for a nap your girl and doing your husband's food for work. Well, welcome back. I don't know if you caught it, but congratulations on doing the covers. Good luck on the contest. this corrected. Alright, the reading and correcting portion of our entertainment is done. Now it's just mind your step that needs to be uploaded. Uh, 16 becomes 18. Alrighty. I'm done. I am caught up, and I have no other project today. Well, no project to write. I have stuff to check. Okay. Um. I'm pondering. I realized with the commission work that I'm doing here that I kind of took over, and the commissioner kind of let me get away with it. So, I talked when I said I, we had a discussion on Google about what this would go towards. And well, I mean, like clearly he enjoys what I wrote. So, like, if he didn't enjoy it, he would have told me. Um, but as part of that, I went, okay, I'm realizing that I kind of took over your story. Stop letting me get away with it. Like, because, one of the reasons I do this is in part to train myself to write what the commissioner wants. Like, he knows me, like, okay, he's my co-scripter. He knows me, he knows I write, and he's okay with it, but, like, I'm realizing that, I'm realizing because he made a comment on how it's my story, I'll do whatever I want with it, and I went, and that's when I went, no, it's not my story, it's yours. And I went, even in what's already written, if there are things there that you feel don't work, that go contrary to what you want the story to be, tell me. And I went to the extent of, don't let the fact that I explain my decision process bowl you over. And he went, okay, well, in this, which is the last chapter of this series of story of what's basically called sequence 1, he went, on the whole, this one line is patently wrong. Because I said that, in this world, this is the engineer, he's working on a new world after having dumped a few in the recycle bin. And the last one is a world where there's a division between light and dark. And the way I wrote it, based on the thing that he said, is that, this word would be a little different. And I wrote it as, okay, so no division between light and dark. And went, no, that is completely wrong. They're the same basic world. So there's the same division. But in this one, the fact that the light and dark can synergize together is a known fact, among the right people. So, there was a bit part of, okay, how do I rework, because he went, synergies between light and dark are widely known. That's how he writes. And I was, for a while, I was just to go, okay, how do I interpret that to fit my writing style? And another place where, I made a mistake, but it's not something that needs to be fixed on the page, is in a previous place. Because one of the rules of the world is that light is light, dark is dark. And the supernatural beings can't change their mind. The human, the people, well, not the human because it's a furry world, so basically they're called the all kinds by the supernatural. They have the ability to take the light and the dark and mix it, which basically makes them gray. But I have a story that is as you know, I do my world building in the writing, and in a previous share, in part of something that interaction between two people. There's a legend about how the genies used to be light, But at one point, one of them went, why aren't we getting anything out of this? Therefore, tainting themselves. And, once they were gray, they became black. And he went, this has to be a myth because it cannot actually happen. If the genies are now black, they were always black. And he goes, and like I said, doesn't have to be corrected, but it has to be kept in mind. And knowing that, I think what I would probably do as the reality to be, if this world hadn't been ended up melded with other stuff in this original world, I think what I would have done is revealed at some point that there used to be two castes of genies, a black and a white, and that the white no longer exist. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I want him to do. When I write chapters, I don't want him to let me get away with stuff. All right. Everything has been addressed until he answers my questions. Because one of the mindset I gotten into when writing this, which in the context of what this is problematic, is that I was looking to surprise him with what I did. And in small doses, that can probably work. But one of the decisions I had made, fortunately for me, it's for something that is coming, I don't think he would have agreed with. Well, the thing is, I hadn't told him. That's the thing, is like everything here, I had told him what I would do. Because what he gave me was not this detailed. Like the way he was envisioning it was each merge would have one chapter where one of the character was sort of recap everything that happened. And through that, we would see how each character is different from, if the people have read the original stories they're pulled out of, their version. And, when he offered that to me, I went, okay, what I'm kind of seeing out of this is, splitting every character, giving them their point of view, and advancing the story so that each merge has 4 point of view and stuff like that. And I went, okay, okay, I like that. So I started working like that. But after this, like with the end, with the intermission, here, everything after this is how it happened. And then we deal with the consequence. So this, sequence, actually this should be sequence 2. Like, the merge no longer has a number because they're all mashed together. And there's one of the world which is based on Dungeon Runner, with elements and essence and stuff like that, where he shifted what elements the characters had. And with the merge, in my mind, the elements ceased to be, so they had to be rebuilt, but they would be rebuilt wrong. So that, well, they would be rebuilt based on someone who doesn't have all the information. So they would be interpretation by the entity now in charge of what those elements are, instead of what they were to these people. So everybody would have to deal with a different, brand new set of abilities that might not have anything to do with what they had. Like in that version, Tibbs has potential as an element. And that is the element of change, the element of what can be, how things can progress. And because of his incomplete knowledge of what the element is, that would have been reinterpreted as something like precognition, seeing the future, instead of seeing how someone can become better, how someone can change. And I was going to surprise him with that. But now I'm realizing I don't actually know if that's his vision of this. Like in his vision, because, in large part because we hadn't reached that point, but I was already making plans. So I don't know if in his vision the elements remain. So that's one of the questions I asked him, like, okay, about this, like, this, I was going to surprise you with this, but I can't. So here's my vision. Here's what I was visioning. What is your vision? And yeah, this is where I need to restrain myself a little more. I need to check with him on stuff. Um, and this is the thing. Like my previous commission, I wasn't confronted with that because the only thing I was given by the commissioner is, this is the character I want inserted in that world. He's actually the son of that character, and he has been found, brought back, and he thinks all of this is a dream, but he's getting folded into the family. So he literally let me do whatever I wanted so long as I ended up that way. If it's yeah, and I never double, and where I made my mistake is I did not double check. I did not go, what do you actually want here? So yeah. But yeah, so this is the, and this one I don't want to be given. I don't want to be given, I don't want to be allowed to get away with stuff that he feels breaks what he wants, even if he catches it after I've written it. Like, I'm going to try to be better about working stuff. I've told him about the first section, the first 4 point of view, because that is a clear moment of crisis. Because two of the characters are on a space station. Two of the characters are on a spaceship. Neither of which were around a planet until everything got mashed together. So now they're in a gravity well that neither the station or the ship are in a position are set to deal with in the moment. So things have to be, they're dealing with this emergency. That makes it very easy for me to write what's going on and insert the information that needs to be inserted as they're dealing with the crisis. But it's kind of my only set of point of view where I know what's going on. And I've told him that. So, on the surface, he's okay with that. And in the end, it's going to be depend a lot on the execution. If I, insert information that he doesn't want there, that kind of thing. But it's a pure science fiction world. So there's nothing there really to interpret. I suspect that the worlds where I'm going to, where he is probably going to have to pay more attention, is the world where superpowers are involved or magic. Because, like with the light and the dark, it's a lot easier to misinterpret something in those worlds. So, but yeah, it is part of what I want to learn. It is part of what I've literally never had to learn this. I've never had to learn to rein in my own creativity to match it to the commissioners. I haven't done a lot of these. This is kind of my second commission. There's been a couple of more works before. But I hadn't worked out my process on how I want to be given the information. So the people were just going, well, write me something like that. And that was very difficult. And now, if you go to my commission site, there's a very specific process that I want the commissioner to follow so that I have the information I need to be able to write something, to write what they want. And like I said, the first one was a couple of lines fully in my world, so it was very easy to write that, and I was given basically carte blanche so long as I followed the overall plan. And I did check some things with him as I wrote, would your character do that and stuff like that. But this one is a lot more intentional. Like, while he didn't go, this is a full-on story beginning to end and stuff like that. Like, it was just an idea he had. Now there's kind of an arc. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to go that far because this is kind of big, and like, just this is 50,000 words. While everything's been dealt with, I don't know if he's going to want to deal with the rest. At $50 per 1,000 words, that's a lot. But that's part of, and at that point, like, I want to make sure that I'm giving him what he wants. But yeah. But yeah, like, we're one, I am outright taking a break. If only to catch my breath, but in the process, we are discussing the next sequence. Hey, Cool Imp. In 20 minutes, 11:30 is when my lunch starts. So in 20 minutes. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alive and in one piece? Yes, I am with Angel. Alive is good. One piece is also good. Unless you're supposed to be in multiple pieces, at which point, gonna have to work on that. Been debating cutting the whole princess subplot for the Magic College book. Okay. I will be right back. It feels like filler. That will happen. I don't really do subplot, I think. My storytelling is fairly straightforward. When you write it, Road is the princess. Second princess of Atlantis. Well, well, once you've written her out, you'll see how the book feels, and you'll be able to figure out if it works better or not. She shows us how polydimensional community is, whether you're Terran or a princess of a large kingdom. Is their culture not to restrain love with the monogamy? Does she need to be a princess for that to be shown? Okay. But in the context of your current story, of the current version of the story, can that same information be communicated to the reader if either she's not an actual princess or if someone else shows Al how things are? Basically, the question is, what does her being a princess bring to the example that can't be brought up by someone who's not a princess? I don't think the issue is with the college itself. It's with the character of Princess Road. Trying to figure out if you need. Okay, that is a very valid thing to work out. No, she is not. Al is the main character. Yeah, that's gonna have to change. That's no longer happening. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it is Chapter 2 of The Labor, Book 12, in the Monster and Badman series. Thank you very much, Angel. How are things on your side? Alright, this is a Tristan chapter. Baby girl is still napping. Very cool. It's been 3 hours since you've laid her down. I guess she needed it. Let's see, what term do I use? Don't say it here. Huh. Did I not give a term for the non-monsters living in Lost Hope? It does look like citizen is what I went for. Good. Interesting. Bruce is the name. Oh no, he went with Titan. Okay. Did I leave it aside? You mean am I no longer working on it? I'm not sure what you are asking, Angel. No, not at the moment. Um, as I mentioned, the first sequence is done, so I'm pausing the work on that. This is the Labor, Book 12 in Monster and Badman. Um, Part of it is just to take a break from it. The other part is to work out with the commissioner how we're going to proceed. I'll be right back. That works. Oh, perfect. going to keep it for this. Treating it as if this is how it will be. This is It is, Amanda. I so like when I'm consistent. It's not what he gets. Who are the characters here? Or rather, the sequence. What is the order of characters? So we've got Alex. Thank you very much, Angel. You're heading off. Have a good rest of your day, and yes, see you tomorrow. And just to clarify, I am back to working on the project. Sort of putting down my thoughts for the next sequence so that he can look them over and we can work out what needs to be adjusted, how he wants things to happen compared to my thought for them. No, wait. He's the one with the brother. Oh, that's what feels off. All right. Who is... I'm going to bring the stream to an end here. So, who is online? Who is writing? All right. We will write MJ. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back